the microphone is on. Welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and of course this is a VolcanoX live stream. And you're probably wondering why we are looking at Mount Etna from a certain view. First thing I want to point out is, hey, you see two distinctive vents here. Southeast vent and the top vent. Interesting. This is the one of interest. Thank you for being able to hear me. That is awesome. And I see a whole bunch of people in here. That is great as well. So, yeah, we're going to get into things right away, and we'll talk about Iceland first a little bit, and then we will explore what's going on there at Mount Etna. So that'll be on our agenda today. For our starter here, if you will. And let's see. First person in, of course, is Tom Dice. He gets the cookies. And thank you for the welcomes from Kevin Haynes and Scott Hartman and Sue Hayes. I hear you. Excellent. And that is all good. Thank you. And anyway, glad to have everyone here. A big welcome to our moderators who I've not seen yet, but Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and C&D Boy, and possibly Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. Hey, you're back. Good stuff, Colin. Glad you made it back. And let's see, we might have Joseph Fields in the background there, as well as Lucas, and maybe some others. We do have more moderators, so anything is possible. But for right now, welcome to everyone. So Tom got his cookies. Pepper wasn't involved today. Pepper was having her dinner elsewhere. Smart trick. Anyway, we'll say welcome to all of the wonderful people. We'll start out by saying hello to Hermione. Good to have you on board. And then, of course, we've got King Colin Deadman, who just made it back in. And welcome. Kevin Haynes also here. And let's see, we have LOL Gemma, the Super Kitty, 3, C and D. In other words, Claire and David, or Dave. Welcome, you guys. Sarah Miles also here. Let me see who just threw that. Oh, Scott Hartman. Wow, what a way to start out. Scott, and I'll get that written down there. That is an awesome super chat. Thank you very much, Scott. And I really appreciate it. There we go. It's a super sticker, and that is awesome. Anyway, thank you, Scott, for that $20 super sticker. That is absolutely great. And let's keep rolling here. So where did I leave off? I said hi to a few people already. Let's see. Oh, we got that LOL Gemma Super Kitty 3. Okay, that's where we left off. Sandra Rockland also here. We got Sue Hayes already, I think, and Tom we got. Grandma B is back in the house, and Billy Bob Joe also made it in, as well as Sarah Miles. Good to have you on board. Ennis, welcome back. Good to see you. And of course Scott Hartman for that wonderful super sticker. Thank you, Scott. And going up the list a little bit more, looking for more names of wonderful people. Patriot Roydy, welcome back. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, who else we got? Teresa, aloha. Good to see you. And let's see, who else we got? We got Grandma B, we got Sue, we got Hermione. And let's see, sliding up some more. looking for other names in between all the chit-chat. We got Sandra Rockland already. There we go. James Bong is in the house. Welcome. Glad to have you on board. And let's see who else we've got here. Still sliding up looking for more wonderful names. And I'm sure I'll find a couple in between here. Normally there are lots that just only say hi, and then they run into the Lurkers Lounge with a lava cookie and start chowing down, which is absolutely fine. Let's see, we got those guys already. We got a Lucas saying yo 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 hello, or yo 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 everyone. Is that like ho 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 everyone? Kind of sort of the same. Welcome, and glad to have you on board. And let's see who else we've got here. Still scrolling up. I'm up as far as I can go, so back down to the bottom, and there I see Gary 24/7 Live AZ Skies, and welcome Gary, good to see you. And let's see, did I miss anyone else? I got Billy Bob Joe, and I think a few Lux from Luxembourg flew in. Good to see you. Silversmith also on board. Welcome, and I think we're just about there. So if I did not call your name out, like Kananaskis Country or something like that, it's probably because he's frozen, or I'm frozen. Anyway, welcome Kananaskis, good to see you. And anyway, what I was going to say is, if I didn't call your name out, I'm not trying to be offensive. Sometimes I miss names going up and down the list, so please, if I didn't shout out your name, you can yell at me at your leisure, except for DJ Puff the Third. He's not allowed to do that. Anyway, what I am calling a bingo tonight. Sorry, have to go. You're calling bingo. Did you, was it on a full card, or just a straight line, or an X, or what kind of thing are you? Never mind. Enjoy it, Kevin Haynes, and be good, be kind, and stick with the numbers if you're doing the calling. So make sure they don't cheat you. What? I'm out, LOL. Shouts in the bathroom instead. Don't do that, DJ. Somebody might think there's something going on in there. Kevin Williams also popped in. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Can you fix the... what happened to Lava X? Why is that not moving? Is that moving? Yeah, VolcanoX live stream. I gotta find Lava X. Can you call it Lava X? You know what? That might be, well, it's about volcanoes. I don't know. Lava X is shorter though. We have to ponder that. Good idea though. Interesting. We'll see. What? Trips on bog roll. Okay. Arg. Yeah, don't trip. Okay. Talking about bingo. Oh, Lava X. Oh, the bingo. You're gonna call it Lava X? Darn. That's nah. Okay. I vote yes on Lava X. Oh, it's all about the lava. Anyway, let's go do other things before we get into our serious stuff here. So let me get pages going here, and we will bring you over to wonderful Iceland first off, and we will have a quick peek there and see what is shaking. Hint, hint. And we're going to see what is shaking. All right, I know I'm being a smart guy, right? And yes, it's still very cold here. Temperature presently is a minus 31 degrees Celsius for anyone who really needs to know. Anyway, let's go back in time a little bit on this screen. This is kind of a sunset. Well, it's not really sunset because the sun never really got up very high. By the way, everyone, happy winter solstice. Today is the official first day of winter, and you notice how low the clouds are, or the sun is in this spot here. So, yep, it is definitely. They've got some snow there in Iceland, of course, in the capital city of Reykjavik. A winter solstice it is. It is indeed. So the days will be getting longer from here on in for the next 6 months, which is really cool. But I also do want to point out that we will be closest, our planet Earth will be closest to the sun. I believe this year it is January 4th. And you really got to think, how come we're close? It's all about the way it's tilted, and we're moving quickly. And of course, our orbit is not completely a perfect circle around the sun. And we have our perihelion, if you want to call it that. The closest point as we go zipping by and get swung back out into our larger part of the oval. And so we're really boogieing right now. Anyway, that is pretty cool. A day closer to spring. Yep, Tom, only 6 months away. Oh, that's the way I look at it. Anyway, that is what it looks like there in Iceland. Well, about 9-10 hours ago. Let's move it to 10 hours ago. There you can see a little bit more sunshine. You notice the sun is not up very high. Looking at the angle, it looks like it's an evening scene. But that's all right. Let's go to the other camera, and that one's not going to be very good, guys. It's still very, very foggy, and when we went back 9.5 hours and tried to look at it, it was even worse. So hopefully that camera will get better as time progresses and it gets a little warmer there. And I'll leave that one on live. I'm going to put this one back on live too. And the next one, of course, is this scene, and we all know that that's a beautiful scene of Katla, right? Of course you do. Going back about 11 hours and 44 minutes. There, now we can see Katla, and there it is, covered in snow and ice, not doing a darn thing. It's frozen, and but it's moved a little. Just a little bit of a shaker there, but we'll talk about that when we get to the earthquakes or the harmonic tremor charts, one of the two. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there. It looks not so bad. If we go a little bit ahead in time, it actually lights up from the sunshine a little bit, and you can see it a bit better. And there it is. That is Katla, all buried under all that snow. And it looks like they got a whole bunch of fresh snow on top there. So really awesome. More snow to turn into water, and more pyroclastic explosions in the future. And let's leave that alone there. Let's go to our next one. And the other one that everybody has been watching, and of course this is the one power generating station, the steam plant over here. In the distance, you can see the lights of the North Pole. No, this is the two radio towers out by Grindavik, and we've got a cloud of steam going by right now. Anyway, the steam vents are out front here, and they continue to keep going. But something that was brought to light was somebody was thinking there was going to be an eruption here somewhere, and a crack had appeared or whatever, and so far I haven't heard any more of it, so I'm dismissing it as a rumor, but we'll leave it as that for now. Just to go back a little bit in time and see what we've got there. About 7 hours 45 minutes ago, we see a UFO flying by. Very interesting, and makes you wonder. Oh, it disappeared just like that. Isn't that what those things do? They're there for a minute and then poof, they're gone the next. All right, I have no idea why, where it went. Anyway, you can see the steam coming out of the vent right there. And there's some more steam coming from these areas over here as well. So, and of course in the background, we've got our other things. Where Grindavik is, and of course the radio towers are in there. Let's put that back on live. There's another UFO. They are abundant. I wonder if this is a UFO too. I'm not really sure about this. It just appeared. And we've got more UFO lights. And there's some more activity over here as well. All right, what's going on, you guys? OFU Lux, where are you? Are you zipping around out there somewhere? Somebody landed a spaceship over here. It's glowing, and that's pretty cool. Anyway, enough of the fun. I don't know who is making this light, but obviously it's some kind of vehicle, and that is one of the aircraft flying around. And UDO, unidentified driving object. Yeah, this could be a UDO. This guy over here, though, on the right-hand side there, that would be a UFO, I think. It's hovering in midair. Anyway, we'll leave that. Enough of the fun. And we'll make that, it disappeared but left its lights behind. That is pretty cool. Anyway, we'll get into some more serious notes here and put that back on the proper screen. And let's go UFO Lux, OFU Lux. Let's not get too crazy. Anyway, there is our harmonic tremor chart for our Eruption. First thing you probably notice, a downward trend and one heck of a big tall spike. So we've got a really tall, massive spike in there. We also have two shorter ones over here. That would have been just after midnight their time. And this one would have almost been somewhere around noonish, or maybe at 10 a.m., something like that, 10:30. I don't know yet, but let's refresh that just so we don't miss any on the end. And we see a little bit further downward trend, but we do have some spikes in there, so some activity happening in the area. Let's roll down to the Grindavik one and take a look and see if it is a little more revealing or if it's further away. And okay, Grindavik not showing as high of a spike. So it's got to be further to the east then. This would be southwest of Eruption, of course. And we'll show you where these sensors are actually located. I know a lot of people have that question. And I was messing around with the earthquake map earlier and figured I'd show you guys where they are. And that way you'll get a better understanding of where the actual sensors are located. So that'll be cool. Anyway, while we're looking here, we'll scroll back up to our Grimsey real quick just to see. Yep, definitely on a downward trend in here. So that is the very northern portions of Iceland. Of course, that's its own little island up there. Anyway, let's scroll back down and we will take a look at, well, this would be Herdebride. Herdebride. There we go. Anyway, We do still see activity there, but a downward trend as well. So that is definitely noticeable, and that big spike is in there at the same time. So we're going to have to see where that is. And let's see, I want the Kristevik one. Kristevik, where are you? There you are. And unfortunately, we can't tell how high that goes, but Kristevik definitely had the quake as well. And the other ones also went off the charts, so they must be close to that particular sensor. So leaving that, let's scroll back up to the harmonic tremor chart for Philadelphia and get going over to our other map there, where I will show you where the sensors actually are located, or how you can find them yourself if you like that. Anyway, there we go. So over to the map, and there it is. And let me see if I can find it on my other screen here. There we go. Let's get rid of these first. So they've been changing the map a little bit, and I don't know if you guys had noticed some of the changes. They did have the new feature here where things turn red, giving you a good indicator where some the newer or larger volcano or earthquakes, happen. And that particular earthquake, of course, was a 3.36, 4 kilometers down from 10:13 this morning, Icelandic time. And that is what caused our big spike. And there's a few others in there that are fairly close. So we'll take a look at those right away. But I did promise to show you how to bring up these sensors. All right, over here on mine, because I switched it to English, if you see over there, if it's in Icelandic like this, that button over here will turn it to English. If it says Islandska, and that is already in English. All right. Anyway, there's your adjustments up on the top. And as far as the seismic activity and stuff, the map here is where you can set your devices. You have your seismometers, and that is what we turn on and off. If you look on that map, when you turn that on, you get a bunch of these little diamond-shaped, pinkish-looking things. Those are the sensors. So. And if you scroll in, or zoom in, I should say, and we'll use Philadelphia as a good example. And of course, we know Ragnar is here, and Siggy is here, the Siggy Fisher. This is where the sensor is located. And that is our FAF, or Philadelphia sensor. So that is where it is. And that is pretty cool, pretty interesting. So in between that and Grindavik, we do have another one here, and that is labeled as SGI, and I didn't know that one was there. And now that we see that, though, that is very cool. And the one over by Grindavik is over here, very close to the radio towers. So that shows you where that is, and gives you a pretty good idea. So when we're seeing differences in sensors, it'll definitely make sense. That's a Philadelphia. Where is the one for? There's, I believe, Kristevik. No, that's not Kristevik. Kristevik, where are you? I gotta be here somewhere. And oh, hang on. There's the one for Kristevik. No, that is not it either. Well, this is Kristevik right there. So. They may have named it slightly different for that one. So you can always turn that on and take a look, and that'll give you a pretty good idea of which one you're looking at anyway. There's the Kristevik one. Down here is where they snuck it off to. So that is a little lower than I thought. But that is okay. Anyway, that gives you a pretty good idea of what's going on there. Let's get going through the earthquakes real quick. So a 1.16, 8.1 kilometers down, 1451. Then we've got a 9 from 9/11, and we've got a 1.43, 6.6 kilometers down. There is a 0.64, 4.7 kilometers down, and that is from 3:49 this morning. We don't see anything directly in our Fagradalfjall area at all, but we do see them around Kristevik, and we'll look at this one. Oops, 0.75, 6 kilometers down, 8:30 this morning, 0.97, and that is 5.6 kilometers down, 1:26 a.m. We've got a 1.99, 4.5 kilometers down, just about 4.6, and that is at 2:55 this morning. And of course, then we've got the big one. Of course, we already looked at here, but I'll do it again. 3.36, 4 kilometers down from 1013. Then he had a buddy here, which was a fair size, 2.28, 4.7 kilometers down from 154. And then 0.77 from 2:24 a.m., 4.3 kilometers down, 1.27 in magnitude, 4.5 kilometers down, 11 minutes after lunch, or 12 p.m. And then 3:59 a.m. we had a 0.85, 4.6 kilometers down, and a 0.6, and that is 4.6 kilometers down as well at 20:33. Sliding over a bit more, a 0.87, 4.5 kilometers down from 10:39, and a 1.27 in magnitude, 4.9 kilometers down from 11:15. So that gives you the idea of what's going on right close there. What is this? 1.19, 5 kilometers down at 10:23. And let's move over a little bit more. We see some more small ones here. 0.61, 5.7 kilometers down, 7:22 a.m. 6.2 kilometers down from 1820. This 0.4, 7.5 kilometers down from 1659. And then 3 up here, 0.61, 3.3 kilometers down, 12:25, 0.93, 5.5 kilometers down from 907, and then a 0.37 in magnitude, 5.3 kilometers down, and that was at 9:23. Zooming back out a little bit, and let's grab this guy up here. And that is a 0.7, 7.4 kilometers down. 1932 was the time on it from today. Then we've got this one not too far away from Hekla. This is Hekla here, and that is from 1014, and magnitude 2.5, depth 1 kilometer. And this one really close to Hekla, 0.62, 2 kilometers down. Thank you for the 5-minute warning. 5:33 in this morning. This one over here by the unpronounceable name, from 1542, it is a 0.9, and it's 5.2 kilometers down. Then we've got here at Katla. There's the Katla sensor, by the way. And actually, there's several sensors in the area here. I'm surprised we don't see the other one real quick. It should be very close. Gonna have to search for it. They're hard to find. Anyway, 2.84, 135 meters down from 11:18 a.m. Then a 0.2, 5.2 kilometers down, 22:44 was the time on it. 1.4, 5.6 kilometers down, 11:20. And this 0.82 from 135 meters down, 7:50 a.m. was the time on him. And then, of course, this 1.18 from 3:41 this morning, and it was 1.9 kilometers down. Pretty awesome, but we didn't see anything blow up there. Anyway, the other feature that I did turn on this map, you probably see the distinctive line, of course, and that is your fault line, and shows where it goes here. I know the map coloring isn't the best, but it does show where the plate boundary is. And of course, this is the North American plate, and this guy over here, so Katla is actually in Europe. And so is Frigidalfjall is in Europe as well. Pretty cool, eh? Anyway, getting over here to Astja. And here's the new little beacon going off. And you can see it. It's blinking, saying, hey, I'm a new earthquake. It just happened. And then when we click on it, nothing happens. Yeah, no. We'll see. Give us a second. Let's take a look here at Astja and see what it's doing. It's got a few over here, 0.9, 3 kilometers down, 2116 for him. And then 8.87, 3.6 kilometers down, 1248 for that guy. Very small 0.1, 4.7 kilometers down, and that is from 1738, and that is right beside the Astja sensor. And then we've got a 1.31, 2.9 kilometers down from 10:28 a.m. And this one from 11:06, it's a magnitude 2.34, and that is 2.9 kilometers down. So interesting stuff that we've got going on. Anyway, this 0.93, 7.8 kilometers down, 6:30 is the time on that. And if we zoom in here, let's take a look at the very fresh one. At 23:30 was the time on it, and 9.4 kilometers down, 1.2 in magnitude. Then it also had a friend here just a little while earlier at 23:29, and that is a magnitude 1, 5.9 kilometers down for him. Going up a little bit more, and that's Heatherbright over here. Anyway, 0.7, and that is 5.3 kilometers down from 1928. And we also have from 1929 a 0.1 and 1.6 kilometers down for him. North of Heatherbright, and we have this guy, 1.2, 5.5 kilometers down. At 23:17 was the time on it, so very fresh quake. 0.9, 9.4 kilometers down, 11:32 for that guy. Seems to be a popular time for some reason. And it is break time, you guys. So what I am going to do is I'm going to, we'll cover these after the break, and that'll be okay. In the meantime, I'm not sure how Etna is looking. Oh, hang on. Something went wrong there. Oh, we gotta stop that. Stop it, I said, stop it. No, not aspect ratio. Where are you? Pause. There we go. Oh, play on scene enter. There we go. We got it fixed. Had to do that. Anyway, I want to see what's going on. Yeah, hey, don't start dancing too much just yet, Lava Boogie. Let's, matter of fact, let's turn the big VolcanoX sign off there. There we go. I just want to see something before I go on break, and we will see if when we go live. So this is pulled back 11 hours and 46 minutes. Let's see what it looks like live right now. If anything, nothing on the screen, so no eruption happening there. And this one here, of course, is the one we normally look at, and they have normally centered on it, but the reason they have moved it is so we can see what's going to happen up top. If it erupts, they didn't want to have to move the camera, and we'll show you that in a second there. So what they were trying to show you was this, okay, just so you can see. That is the smoke emanating from the southeast crater at Etna, and just figured I'd kind of bring that to light. But I did have contingency plan here, and that is to bring you some canned lava. We're going to do that from Hawaii, and we will leave that on for you. And of course, that is the Fisher 3 archive footage. I'm not going to bother putting that on the screen because I deleted that part. And let's see, just so you know where it is. People are going to ask. I know they are. Let's move that up. And there we go. No, that's not a courtesy to pineapples. Darn it, I moved the wrong one up. Let's get back down here. This one. All right. Will I get it in place? And there we go. That looks better. All right, archive footage. That's all done, ready to go. Anyway, don't go away, you guys. I'm going to go take a break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it if you are enjoying the show. Also, if you're new and sitting on the outside, we do have subscriber mode only on, and that is to keep some of the spam out and hopefully brings in more serious people. If you are watching from the outside and you want to join in and chat with the wonderful people in our lava family, you are more than welcome to hit that subscribe button, and only takes 1 minute to be able to do that. Hey, Wonky Donkey, how you doing? We will, after the break, we will show you a photo we've got of you flying around. Apparently, we see what was happening there on the test run from Santa. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, you guys. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in bitterly cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where my van still won't start. It should be better tomorrow. We'll see. We're going to get up to a high of minus 25 tomorrow, so that's balmy weather if you ask me. Anyway, he didn't say anything. Who didn't say anything, Sophie? Welcome, a wonky donkey. Other than that, we will see what happens. Okay, he didn't see. All right, that's all good. Keep it quiet. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Or something like that. Or is it the donkey? No, never mind. Anyway, music. Cue the music. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. Thanks. am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Hermione and Gary, 24/7 Live AZ Skies. Thank you. And Sue Hayes. And probably a few others. I'm sure they're coming. And welcome, Thor. Glad to have you on board. Let's see, who else did I miss sneaking in here during my break and so on? I could swear there were others. We got Teresa earlier. All right. Well, we've seen that wonky donkey. Kananaska's country also in here, saying it's supposed to be a -10 by Christmas Day. Yep, a little warmer maybe even if we look at the weather guessers. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, I did say we were going to go over and finish off the wonderful stuff there in Iceland at the the earthquake map. Let's do that real quick so we get that out of the way. And why did it move me? Oh, it likes moving me. Anyway, I didn't. Let's see. Nothing new. Still that one over here blinking. 1.0. Oh, that's a brand new, fresh one. And that's one of the things they did to the map, so you can see which one actually just came in. So pretty cool. 41 minutes after their midnight there. Magnitude 1, 6.3 kilometers down, right next to Hedebride. So all good. I gotta love that name. Anyway, let's have a look up here and see what we've got. Here's, of course, the island of Grimsey. And there you can see the Grimsey sensor. And that is where it is located at the end of the airport. I wonder if that affects it every time an aircraft takes off. Anyway, 1.5, and that is from 1919, 3.8 kilometers down. 1.6, 9.7 kilometers down from 1845. And then we slide over to the eastern side of Grimsey and down a little bit right next to the fault line, which I also turned on. In here, you can turn that on as well, plate boundaries, and that is pretty cool, and I like having that on, so it gives you a pretty good idea where that is in relationship to the actual fault. And of course, this is a 1.61, 10.9 kilometers down, and 6:13 was the time on that one. Sliding down, looking at this 1.14, 7.2 kilometers down, and 8:54 was the time on it. We'll grab this one over here, 9.5 kilometers down, 22:36 for him, and we'll get this one out of the way as well. And that is from 10:46.7, 6.7 kilometers down. Now let's look at the small little grouping here, and we'll see that. Thor, thank you for gifting one membership there. Thor gifted free membership. And I see Timothy Sowers. I got it. Awesome. Timothy, congratulations for getting that. And thank you very much, Thor, for throwing that in. And that is awesome. So let's take a look at these. We'll start up here at the top with the newest one, 1.1, or it looks new anyway. 1745 was the time on it, 5.3 kilometers down for him. Then we've got a 0.97, 7.7 kilometers down, and that is 10:44 a.m. This one from 1939, 0.8, 5.4 kilometers down. A 0.5 from 1942, 5.2 kilometers down. Let's grab this 0.8 out here. That is 10.69 kilometers down, and that is from 9:34 a.m. This 0.66, 3 kilometers down, 3:43 a.m. 1.12 and 1.2, not 1.2. It's a 1-2 punch. All right, 5.3 kilometers down from 1936, and a 0.71, 1.7 kilometers down from 6:11 this morning, and from 2:47 a.m. a 0.99, and that is a 1.68. That is the Gretzky number, 99. Of course, there we go. That gives you a better idea of what is out there. We got a 1 here we didn't get before. 2236 this morning, 9.5 clicks down. Yeah, we got this. We got him. Never mind. We got this sensor too. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what we've got going on there in Iceland. And you guys are more than welcome to play with that map a little bit and turn things on. You can turn volcano labels on if you like. I don't know if you can change the background color, possible. They also have this alert areas, gives you an idea when they talk about a specific area, you can see where it is, and we'll leave that turned off. We'll also leave the volcano labels turned off, so that is all cool, and we do want to put our volcanoes back on there. There we go. Anyway, that is it for Iceland right now. You guys can play with that map a little bit more if you like, just to mess around with the settings. Remember, this one over here is the one, it'll say English. It'll be in Icelandic, of course, and it'll have English over here. You can click on that, change it, brings it over to English, and you can see what's going on there. And if you got specific targets that you want to look at, you can click on those, and it'll actually bring up the harmonic tremor chart and the other heli plot, high pass. It gives you a pretty good idea of where the quakes were, and here's your low pass, being a little bit more benign, but it is there. So those are some of the features that are on this map, and you know, we really haven't been using them, and it's there. It's all there if you want to do that, right? So it's there for your convenience. Anyway, let's pop over to our next one on the agenda, and of course that is this guy, and we do like him, and that of course is Mount Etna. I said we like him. It's actually a her. Etna, I think, is a female. I don't know. I'm not a volcanologist. How would I know whether it's male or female? Anyway, in the long-range shot here, you do see the lava out front here, and you do see that heavy smoke plume coming off of what we see there. And if we move it ahead a little bit, they did focus in on that area a little bit, and they were moving things around. I don't know what they're looking at, UFOs or something. But they'll get the camera set in the right place. There we go. And you can see they almost had it right. They could have, yeah, close enough. But anyway, yeah, let's look at the sky some more. They're doing it from really far back, so just even the smallest movements, of course, will move things around. That gives you a pretty good idea of what that flow was like. It looks like it's actually more intense today than it was yesterday. But since we are looking at this was at 1720, and our wonderful Yvonne Kunkel was out there on the mountain taking some pictures earlier, and she has graciously supplied us with some very nice shots. And of course, the one that I used as a thumbnail for the stream today is the first one that we're actually going to be looking at. And I will turn off our background here, and we'll go through these. And of course, this is the Southeast Fissure, and that is compliments of Yvonne Kunkel. And that is a pretty hot shot, if you ask me. So pretty awesome. And the other ones I didn't, because they're slightly a different format, I didn't resize or stretch them or anything, just the one there. But this is another shot of that same fissure, and we'll keep going up here. And these are pretty incredible shots to be able to see. They were very close. And here, that gives you a little better of an idea of some of the off-gassing when it's burping, that it was in fact doing things. This is, look at the chunks and the tephra flying, lava bombs flying. You wouldn't want to be too close to that. And Yvonne was well back of it, and they had their escape plan in place as well. And she, well, didn't really say, but I think she had that planned out ahead of time. And, once caught in a lava situation, never again. So don't forget your helmet. Yeah, I think they would have had helmets on too. And here's the next shot. And that is some lovely lava flow out of there, and that's what it was looking like. Definitely cools off fairly quickly and granulates, and big rocks, big chunks, pretty awesome to see. Next one is this one, a little bit more lava coming out of the top area there. You can see the gooey mess. And that is pretty awesome. And next one on the list is this guy. Actually, I can probably turn these other ones off so we don't get too confused here once we get to the end. Anyway, big plumes of ash, of course, popping out of there, which is really wild to see. Next one, you see more tephra bombs. And big chunks of lava rock and stuff flying out of there. Pretty awesome and pretty wild. Next one is this, and this is a crack that had developed in the side of the southeast cone, and it started to steam really bad. And it opened up, and of course then from there it kept on doing other things. You can start to see brownish ash and stuff coming out of there as well. And we keep on going here. Here's the next one of that same area. By the way, notice the background. That is all tephra. That's all just piles and piles of tephra. Thank you, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And there we go. This gives you a better idea. The top, of course, the very dark eruption up top, that is the southeast crater. The whitish stuff over on the right-hand side of it, that is that new crack. And that is pretty awesome that she was able to capture that, and that is really kind of freaky and scary. And yeah, this is way to go, Timothy Saunders, on your winnings. Yep. Yeah, this is pretty wild to see. And then she got some close-ups in there, and that was near the bottom of that shot where it cracked open. And next one here, she must oh, Penny, she must have a hard head. I hope she didn't get too close. I think she really took these from far away, so all good that way. And Tetra is in the house. Welcome, Tetra. Glad to have you on board. And next one, of course, is this one. Shows you a little bit more of that billowing from further down. So a lot of activity in that same new fissure and crack. There you can see more of that opening up and throwing out that darker material again. Pretty awesome. And a little higher up, you see a lot more of that steamy like gassing coming out. And next one is this one, and there you see that red ooey gooey stuff. That stuff's hot, don't touch it. And that is the lava flow. So that is awesome to see. Hey, it's Mark the Shark. Aloha, and much love and aloha. Cool. Glad to have you on board. Here's another one of those shots there. I don't know if that got doubled up or not, but looks pretty similar to the other one. No, it wasn't the same, because this up on the top there was a heavier eruption this time around. The other picture was a little lighter in southeast vent actually erupting. So this is a lot darker material, and there you can see some closer up shots of it. Looks pretty scary if you ask me. And we'll keep going. There's more of the southeast vent spewing out a pile of ash and debris and everything else. Lots of tephra in there. Next one is this one, pulled back a little bit. Some awesome shots here, and that is a lot of dark gunk coming out, and lots of ash cloud. Yeah, it is definitely very dirty and harmful stuff. You wouldn't want to be in the way. This, of course, is from the actual top of the other side. And we do see some little vent there as well on the right-hand side, as well as some flow on the center coming down where the lighter material is there, the cloudy or gassing coming down the hill. Anyway, next one is this one. A little bit more of that lava, and as I would call it, kibbles and bits coming out of there. Some of those chunks, the bigger ones, are about the size of, I don't know, a soccer ball. Fairly big chunks. Don't be getting too close. You're going to get hurt. And next one is this. And that is very lavally. If you ask me, that is extremely lavally. And we have two more to share. And of course I like this one because that shows our wonderful bacon flowing down the hill. Awesome. And then more tephra flying out of there. The things that you really want to watch out for, you guys. And then the final picture is this one. And you can see the southeast fissure. You can see the flow out of the southeast fissure. Dropping way down on the left-hand side there. Looks pretty awesome. And unfortunately, we don't see the fissure that opened up on the right-hand side in this shot, but it is there. So that is pretty awesome. And is somebody asking, where is this? It's a tephra toss at, what volcano is this? It's Mount Etna in Sicily. And Yvonne Kunkel is there. Wow, she was to take the pictures. She's still there for a couple more days. Anyway, it is break time, you guys. So I don't know which shot I liked the most out of this. It's either this one or perhaps the lava flow, this one. Nevertheless, that is awesome to be able to see that. And Yvonne, if you happen to be listening, thank you very, very much for sending these wonderful pictures in and letting us share them here on the stream. These are basically exclusive to us, so nobody else is going to have these shots. And you've seen it here first. Anyway, always wanted to say that. I'll leave that be. I'm going to put you back on our emergency backup lava, of course. Let's first see if we got anything happening over at the other site. No, I can't see anything in the background. They didn't move it back down. So we'll put you back over to our canned lava for the time being. And we'll see what we can do. And I'm going to go take a break. So, yep, super big thank you, Yvonne Kunkel. And that is awesome. And this, of course, archive footage of Fissure 3 at Mauna Loa. And we'll leave that be. I'm going to go take a 5 or 6 minute break. Don't go away. For those good people who haven't hit that like button yet, please help us out. Of course, our target is to get well over 100 so the YouTube analytics can go to work. And also, if you haven't yet subscribed, and if you're enjoying the show, by all means, hit that subscribe button. The friendly people in the chat don't bite. They are all awesome. And you are more than welcome to pop in there and do your thing. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to be taking that 5-minute break. We'll throw some music on for you. And when we come back, we will have bacon seeds. Don't go away. Thanks. microphone is back on. Teresa got that right. It was Mikey. Oh, you know, the funny part is, first off, thank you and welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Just playing that little bit of trivia there while we're on the break. Anyway, yes, it was Michael Collins was the last guy that was the guy going around in the capsule for Apollo 11, and Middle Mikey. Yeah. Anyway, it was pretty cool, but I watched a UFO documentary today, and boy, did they mess things up in there. And the guy actually said the first two people on the moon were Neil Armstrong and Michael Collins. And I'm thinking to myself, are you kidding me? Poor Mikey never got to step on the moon, and he really didn't want to. Anyway, a little bit of fun there, you guys. A little bit of fun. So that's all cool. Anyway, we'll leave our canned lava. Let's go over and have a look at, hey, James Olette is back. Welcome. Storm Chaser also got in. Good to have you on board. Oz, welcome. Good to see you. And who else popped in here that I didn't say hi to? We got Teresa for sure. And Sarah Miles, welcome. If we didn't get you earlier there. And echo, the bot is here. Okay, I still don't have an echo thing set up, but I will one of these days. Anyway, that looks good for right now. If I didn't say hi to you, you can always speak up again and hit me with a newspaper just like you do a dog. Don't hit your dogs with a newspaper. They are not very happy with that. They'll shred that up for you. Anyway, don't hit your dog or your animals, period. Be kind to them. They will understand. Hey, it's Barbara, Dinkle Storm Chaser Dutch Weather. Glad to have you on board. You are just in time for bacon seeds, and that is always fun. It's a fun time of day. So let's get over there. We'll leave the canned lava. And of course, these are the last two from yesterday. And we're going to go see what Piggy has sent us today. So let's go right there. There's Piggy getting ready, and she sent new things. And she sent this one. And this little guy is cute. He's like, what you doing? And pretty awesome. I like him. Next one, of course, is this one here. And looks a little scaredy, but he's there. Looks like he is sitting down and relaxing, having a good day. Pretty awesome. Very adorable. Bacon, yeah. No, these are bacon seeds. They're too young to make bacon. And here's our next one. And this one is sleeping. Very smirky smile on his face, and snuggled right in there to that fake fun fur and a blanket over top. I gotta love it. Dalmatian dogs on the spots fell off again. Darn it. Anyway, that is a cute little piggy sleeping. We gotta love that. And yep, piggy in a blanket. Yep, they are. Next one is this guy. For those who of you don't like pigs, there you go. There's your response from the pigs, and you gotta love it. What my thump is tired of crazy knitting. Yeah. Oh, a thumb. I get it. There we go. Let's just brush that craziness away. And there you have it. Love that little picture. I think we might have seen this one once before, but I still think that's kind of neat. He seems to be enjoying getting brushed. So awful cute. And yep, they are all little angels. And here's another one, and that is all snuggly in some fur, and I think that might be a sheep wool or something, but looks like he's cuddly in there, doing his thing. That pig has more hair than I do. Tom, it's okay. Don't admit to anything like that. Oh, bald is beautiful, isn't it? Oh, I keep telling myself that every day, when I look in the mirror. Anyway, next one is this one here, and of course that is an awful big hat for that little bacon seed, and of course that is cute looking. I gotta love it, you guys. So very awesome, and we've got one more to go, and let's see what we've got there. And this is this guy, and he looks like he's ready for Christmas as well, and got that hat on. I don't know if he is overly thrilled about that, but he is there, and he is photogenic, so I guess you gotta be gotta enjoy the season, eh? That is the way it goes. So that is pretty cool, and we love that. Hey, Wonky Donkey, are you still here? Yeah, Wonky Donkey is here. Wonky Donkey, I have the other one loaded up here. I'm going to actually reload it here, and then you can have a look at this. I could swear this was you when we seen it, and we're not going to say it's a bad thing, but I didn't load this earlier, but I am loading it right now, and here it is. So we caught you out there, and you were dressed up as the reindeer. We know that is exactly it. And there is a Wonky Donkey trying to pretend he is a reindeer. And we have a photographic evidence, and that is it. Wonky Donkey, you've been caught. Okay, there's your portrait right there. There's no denying that you were dressed up. Anyway, no, that's a Finnish what? Finnish relative as Shirley. No, that's him. We know what we've seen, and I just had to throw that one in there. Yep, and of course the other picture here, of course. Hang on, we'll get that one reloaded as well. Sorry for the black screen temporarily, but I'll make it as quick as I can, and we'll move it into place. Now, one of the things that everybody was wondering about is how do we get these pictures? Well, that is a top secret. But there you have Wonky Donkey, and of course the glowing tail area, the back end there, and that is so we've got Rudolph at the front and Wonky Donkey as the tail light. So that is what we've got going on there, and I think that probably describes it fairly well. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that one be, and DJ, come on, be nice. That's getting a little bit too indecent, okay? And anyway, we'll leave it be there. So all good. Anyway, my daughter came one day and asked Daddy, Dad, can you name 2 things that contain water? After a few moments, I answered, well, a dam. You got me, sweetie. Oh, Dad, you knew. That is pretty funny. Anyway, don't be sticking any more pins in that poor donkey. He's going to be the tail light for the sleigh for next year as well. And on that note, let us continue on, and we will get some other stuff for volcanoes going here, since we're way off the beaten path. Wait, what? Yeah, volcanoes. That's what we do on this show. Volcano stuff. Anyway, I figured we'd have to. No deep heat. No, leave that alone. For a donkey. There you go, Barbara. That's awesome. Anyway, looking at that, of course, you see it on the screen. That is the harbor lights there in on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge. São Jorge. Anyway, that is Portuguese for São Jorge. That, of course, is the harbor, and this is one of the little town sites. You can't see Pico Island today. It's very dark out there. There's one light there, but not a heck of a lot poking through, illuminating anything. And the next shot, this is in the Azores, by the way, in case you didn't read that, spot Azores. But there's the Cove picture, and that is also at the same island. And we can see that there is not a heck of a lot of splashing going on. It stopped again. Why do they stop at midnight? Come on, you guys. Oh my God, it's like half an hour old. Every day it's the same thing. I wonder what they're doing with that. Anyway, let's go take a quick peek and see how many earthquakes we've got there. The last one was on the 20th, and that was that 2.4 there. So nothing new on the island of São Jorge. And we'll go over to the other map and just have a quick peek to see. I'm going to refresh that too, just to see where, yeah, Cam's getting tired, shuts down at midnight, turns into a pumpkin. Make that a little bigger, see if there are any quakes left. And yep, only one. And that was exactly 24 hours ago, 2.3. And of course, it is right on the or very close to it, to the East Azore Ridge. Anyway, there's your São Jorge on the island. This is Pico Island, Faial Island, and Terceira. Terceira, of course, is the one where the other volcano is located. And if we zoom in there, you can actually see that. So that is the other one that is in a yellow rating. And of course, the one over here is really, it's the whole fissure along here that they consider to be a part of that volcano. So pretty neat, pretty interesting, but the uplift originally was on this side of it. So I'm not sure what happened to that uplift, but it dropped. Anyway, it is time for a break, so our next place we will go will be over to Popocatepetl, and that is all cool. And what we'll do is put you back on the canned lava from Hawaii, and of course that is gives you something to look at. And 2:30 there, Sophie. Wow, that is awesome. 1:30 for DJ. And of course it is 6:30 in the evening here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And for those people who are here, if you are enjoying the show, please do hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're enjoying that show, please give it a quick bop on that subscribe button. And don't forget to hit the bell notification while you're there. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I'm going to go for a break. Don't go away. There's more to come. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, Sue Hayes. And probably a bunch of others, but they all ran away for coffee or tea or Pepsi or drinks. And Thor says, welcome back. Thank you. And DJ also says, welcome back. Or no, well, he's got a... What is that noise? Can you hear that noise? Sounds like somebody is sawing something. Huh. Wow. That is weird. That sounds like it's right underneath me. And old Jeannie there, she's 86 and a half years old. I don't think she's she's working a handsaw of some sort. Oh, wow. Yes, a steam train? No. It sounded like somebody sawing something with a handsaw. I hope she's not building something. Hang on, what would an 86-year-old lady build with a handsaw? Geoplanet Jane, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Just in time to pop over to Popocatepetl, and let's see what we've got going there today. And so Popocatepetl has been fairly quiet. Christmas tree, perhaps. I heard skill saws and hammers and stuff earlier. I was really kind of confused as to what they're doing. Anyway, this is current time. That's what it looks like right now. Very starry out there. If we go back just a few minutes or so, let's see if we go back a little bit more here. I'm just trying to find something specific, and it was kind of neat to see it. Oh, there it is. Okay, so if you watch the screen, and you'll see an object right there, and is OFU Lux, where are you? Never mind, he's right there. He's flying right into, looks like he's going to drop right into Popocatepetl, and that is what we're doing. Where are all the caterpillars? I'm not here. Shouldn't be any caterpillars, but yeah, that satellite going over there, I do believe that is the International Space Station. That's why I'm bringing it up. It is a very, very bright light, and no, it's not crashing into Popocatepetl. It is flying orbits around the planet, so pretty cool. Anyway, that is, I just figured I'd throw that in there. A little smirky stuff. Let's see, about an hour ago we had a little bit of a puff there, a little bit more than an hour ago, hour and 20 minutes roughly. And we'll take a look, and it was still in color mode then. And here's the start of it, 1815, and we see it coming out. And I'm looking for lava. There is no lava. I want lava. And I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time here so we can see it expedited a little bit. But that is kind of what was going on there today. So I'm not seeing too much come out of it. They didn't have this stream on earlier. This one was off for a little while, so we didn't get back as far as we would have liked to. This eruption here at 1659, and you can see again pretty much the same thing. Lots of gassy material, and not really showing any tephra like what we seen earlier from Mount Etna, with Yvonne's pictures there from the southeast crater, which I think was really quite cool. And you know, that's getting it from a volcanologist close-up view, and really I like that. Anyway, the Battle of the Clouds is what we were dealing with earlier. You can see some of the pluming up there, but these white fluffy things are in the way. Somebody move your cotton balls out of the way, please. And anyway, going back a little bit more, this is 136. Again, too much cloud. And prior to that, it was in the clouds for the most part until we get back to about here, and that is at 10:30 in the morning. So didn't look too bad there, but just prior to that, it was in the clouds as well. So we won't see a heck of a lot from this one today. We'll leave that be. Next one on our agenda, of course, is this lovely thing that you can barely make out. That is Mount Fuego. And for those who didn't know, Popocatepetl is about 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. Fuego, on the other hand, is on the western side of Guatemala. And it has some friends in the area as well, fairly large volcanoes to the north of it also. Anyway, looking at this, we don't see a heck of a lot. If we go back, we do understand that the sky conditions weren't all that great. We had a lot of clouds in there. This is kind of one of those shots that's just about 6 p.m. their time, or just after. And we get back a little bit further. We actually did see kind of a reasonable sunset there. I don't know. I call it reasonable anyway. It wasn't bad. And of course, the orangey sky up top there, that is part and parcel to some of that SO2 that is still up there in the atmosphere. But that is starting to get relieved a little bit more and more every day, so we like that. Anyway, didn't see too much activity from it either until we get back in the earlier hours. And again, it was relatively benign as far as some of the smaller eruptions that did come out of there. And the wind must have been blowing pretty hard, because that just curved right down. It didn't get a chance to even go up. So I'm thinking it was a windy day out there. Let's see if we get back to this other bigger eruption here. And this one starts right around here. And oh, I want to back up just a little and see if there's any lava coming out. 8:22 is the time I had written down on my paper here for it. So that is what was coming out. We'll just let that roll a little bit. And of course, that is quite dark material. So you know there is a lot of ash and tephra and gas and all kinds of other goodies in there. The occasional gummy bear and a UFO or whatever else could be in there. All kinds of things. Anyway, that is pretty awesome to see it do that and change its shapes. Sometimes it looks like people, sometimes it looks like aliens. I have no idea what it's trying to depict. But anyway, it's amazing what we see in those clouds. But that was pretty cool. What is important here, looking at the downward slope of the hill, we see a fair amount of dust being raised. So we know there was material that had rolled down and loosened up some of that other previously deposited tephra. And that is pretty cool. If we advance this, this kept on going for quite some time. And just kind of moving it along here, and 5 seconds at a time again. You can see that it was pushing it out, and again we see where that it's amazing the wind currents kind of twirl this thing and make it into a spiral going up and pulling it in the other direction. So pretty cool. And that's where they lost the video. Darn it, always happens. Anyway, that is okay. And then afterwards, when they got the video back, that was about here. We can see it was continuing some more yet. So that's kind of it for our wonderful Fuego in Guatemala. And it is what it is. So Not bad. Our skies looked like that yesterday with that layer. Oh boy. I hope you didn't have too much bad sky. Anyway, going to put this back on live. We don't see the candle lit tonight, so no fresh magma sitting up near the top, and not sure what it's got in store. Maybe it's on Christmas holidays or something. Who knows? But on that note, let's carry on to our next one. And this is San Miguel, and he didn't do much today either. And let's see if we can get a sunset shot here. Something like about there, I guess. That would be all right. This is in El Salvador, and that is San Miguel. And he wasn't doing a heck of a lot today. Some shots there, very quiet, and no off-gassing that I could see. So we'll leave that guy be and not worry about him. That's all the way back to 9 a.m. and a little earlier there. You do see in this earlier shot from 8:25, you do see some smoke coming out of it. So we know it's doing something, but we got to see what happens in the future. Very, very little right now, though. So all cool. Yep, and that's good for that one. And of course, I got this one in here for a Mombo Tombo, and that, of course, it's still shot. And I took the other one off. We're not going to worry about what is it? Is it Messiah or whatever that other one was? Darn it, I forgot already. Boy. Anyway, Momotombo, Nicaragua. That is what it looked like earlier, and in the dark, I don't think we'll see anything. Nope. So we're going to leave that be. We're going to go back to Popocatepetl and put that back onto a live so we can see what it looks like right now. Maybe see some more aliens flying by. Here goes another one. And yeah, this time of day, of course, when the sun has just set, we do see all kinds of satellites lighting up as they fly by, as well as there's aircraft up at higher altitudes as well. So pretty cool, and also pretty. Yes, it is very cool. And anyway, we'll leave that one be. Let's pop over to our next one. And this one, of course, is Merapi. And did Merapi make us happy? Nah, I don't think so. Merapi is kind of, it's got a nice lenticular cloud. Does that make you happy? At 7:19 a.m. Their time. And that was pretty cool. And I really stoked up the old hat there. At 6:25, you can really see the layers in here, and that is pretty cool, pretty awesome. I like it. And of course, that seems to be a volcano. I guess what do we call it? It's something that just volcanoes like to have. Really, I didn't see too many lenticular clouds on the other mountains of any type, but you know, if you got the right heat condition, it should show up. Anyway, let's see, and this one doesn't tell you anything. No, that wasn't lava, darn it. And going back, and this is already back into the day before, or closer to our time. Anyway, 23:44 was the time on that, and again, we don't see anything. It's totally obscured. So let's pop that back to a live, which is present time, 8:53 a.m. there for those guys. Here's our next one, and this is Mount Ruapehu. Ruapehu, located in New Zealand. And of course, you can see what's going on there. They have dihydrogen monoxide falling out of the sky. And it's all good, you guys. It's raining, for those who didn't get that. and that is all cool. We did see the volcano in the wee hours of their day as it started, and that should be coming up here. Give it a second. Maybe. There we go. And you can see there is still a lot of snow on it, and that is actually what it looks like. So pretty awesome to be able to see that. That's about that's 9.5 hours ago roughly. If we go back to about here, that should be about 8 hours 45 minutes ago. A nice sharp view. So looks pretty cool and interesting looking clouds up top here, kind of pinkish, and hopefully that's nothing to worry about. Anyway, that is what we've got there. And other stuff in New Zealand, of course, is this map set here before we get into showing you Taupo, and there is a quick shot at it. This is what we see today for the 21st, there 22nd, and we had one spike in here, and the rest seems to be relatively quiet and benign, so I don't think it's going to erupt anytime soon, according to what we are seeing here. And again, you are more than welcome to have this chart and have a look at it. There's the link. I just dropped it in the chat, and there we go. And quick peek at Taupo, and let's see if we can get that going. Yep, there it is. There's the volcano. It's that big puddle here. That is the caldera. And back there somewhere is Mount Ruapehu. At least I think it's there, not there. Hard to tell on here. There's too many clouds. But and I don't know what they got going on there. Looks like somebody's setting stuff up here for some kind of swap and shop or something. A bunch of tents. Maybe it's a tent village. Anyway, that is pretty cool, and that's about it. Let's see. We'll get over to the next one. I gotta put this one back onto Merapi so I can find it later. And we will go over to our next one, and that is Semeru. And let me switch screens here. There we go. Click that button, yes, and we'll get it onto Semeru. Semeru right now very cloudy, unfortunately, and not much we're going to be able to see here. They do have their DVR mode on, so when we get to it, we'll see how cloudy it is there. That's no good, eh? And just to take a look down in the bottom here, looks like they've got a little increase in water. Maybe because of all that rain being dropped, they are seeing a higher water flow. Anyway, let's back up a little bit so we can actually see that volcano. And too much cloud in that one yet. Let's see if we go to about here. Yep, still too much cloud. It is the rainy season there, by the way. So that's kind of what we've got going on. Speaking of rain, there's some now. And that is about 4 hours and 9 minutes ago. And if we go back a little bit further, we'll have to go back a whole bunch to be able to see the volcano. And that was right around here. It too has a beautiful lenticular cloud built up on top of it. That is just before midnight at their time. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. And prior to that, it was back in the clouds. So not a heck of a lot we can see. No bacon flowing out of it today, unless that's a little bit of a bacon light there, but I can't tell. It's really wouldn't want to throw that in there if we don't know. Anyway, that is good for that one. And I heard Krakatau is still working away on building itself up a little bit again. Unfortunately, we don't have any pictures or any stream showing it, and I wish we did. This one, of course, is the one that shows Krakatau, and we don't see it with our Indonesian volcano monitoring. So they're obviously not able to see it right now, or maybe too windy, too much rain. Who knows what's going on there? But anyway, we'll leave that be. And of course, the next ones on our agenda is that one, and that's moving over to Japan. And that, of course, is Sakurajima. And Sakurajima is in a foggy state right now, and that is not so good. It is a break time, though, and I am going to go for a break. We'll put you back on some canned lava. So we'll come back to Sakurajima after the break. For right now, Anik, the sun, Jane, the Anik Krakatau, well, they call it Anik Krakatoa. Yeah, the little guy. The little guy's getting bigger, and he wants to blow up. Grow up and then blow up. But that's okay. All right, lava. There we go. We'll leave you with that for the duration of the break. So please, for those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please do consider giving it a bop. Of course, if we like to get over the 100 mark, and we are at 78, so 22 to go. That's a long ways before the end of the show, and hopefully we will get some of you to bump that like button if you haven't done so already. On that friendly note, we'll be back, like I said, with Sakurajima and Japan, and then we'll look at some of the other volcanoes, and like Hawaii, and the fact that Kilauea has shut down, I think. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Keep smiling. Play nice in the lava. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where apparently it is only minus 31 according to the weather guessers. Thank you, Dave and Claire, for the welcome back. Appreciate that. And I didn't see anyone dancing. I guess everybody is tired or something. Must be at the time of the season, or they're saving their energy. Thank you, Jane, for the welcome back, Doctor, as well. Pretty awesome. So let's get over to Sakurajima in Japan. Thanks, Kananaskis country. And quick peek, it wasn't doing too bad as far as what we were seeing, but it was hiding, or trying to hide. Anyway, that is a little bit earlier there. And of course the cranes are up doing the fishy things. And earlier it looked like that. So they did have some rainstorms come through, and we do see quite a bit of very white gas pluming going on from the volcano. And prior to that, it was rain showers again. So bands of rain moving through. You can see that in the shot. You can see the occasional raindrop. So pretty nasty weather, and not good for the most part. But if we go back a little bit further, 2.5 hours ago, that's what we were seeing. And again, there you see more of that off-gassing coming out of there. If we get back into the night, though, I do believe we're seeing a glow again. And, well, I don't know if that's much of a glow in here. But it did look like a little bit of a red tinge, and I thought, you know, there might have been some lava coming out. There was pretty much a very long duration flow of that, and it was very dark there, so some of that was coming straight at us. We couldn't see. There's the stars up in the sky, but that must have been blowing directly at the camera, unfortunately, and not as visible as what we would have liked. This is earlier. You can see the clouds were a lot higher. This is 2:54 a.m. there in Japan, so I can hear you. Thank you. And oh, I see some of them I got in here late. Thanks, Sue. And here is 46 degrees. Isn't too bad. It's better than minus 31 degrees Celsius. It's too cold. And I can hear you from Sharon Stewart, and I just arrived home from another solstice sing. Alrighty, that is pretty awesome, and it is the time of the year. It's the longest day, or sorry, longest night of the year. I won't say it's the longest day. It's the longest night time of the year. It's still 24 hours, but it's the longest night, and that is what we've got going on. And from now on, the days will start getting longer again, which would really be awesome. Anyway, we didn't see much more from Subanoshijima. I'm going to put that back on live, of course. And there you see it is raining. I don't know who feels like going for ice cream. Both the ice cream boats are there right now. If you want to run down, you're welcome to it. But it's kind of, oh, hey, look, it looks like a rainbow. We got a rainbow. Cool. Very faint, but we do have a rainbow. And so that is awesome. I wasn't expecting that. And that is nice. And longest day in the south. Yep. Longest daytime down there, and longest nighttime up here. And it'll change. And yep, it'll you find your pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. That looks like it's ending over here. So everybody head over here after you get your ice cream and get that pot of gold. And that's pretty cool. Too cold for ice cream? Yep, especially with that rain. Anyway, let's leave that guy be. I'm not even going to look at the close-up cam. Unfortunately, well, let's see. There's a couple spots where we kind of sort of thought it might have been some glow behind it. I don't know. That doesn't. It looks more like lit up from something else. But I think right around here, same thing. Yeah, it was raining. Not good weather for volcanoes. There's the glow. That's what I was looking for. And you see a little bit of a glow, and you know there is lava down there, and it is active. So that is pretty cool. I had a rainbow coming out of my car hood one time. Oh, that is pretty cool. And the big thing is, did you find the pot of gold? I hope you did. If it was coming right out of there. Or hang on, it sucks in gold. Is that the way it works, maybe? But anyway, that is the close-up cam, and that's what we were seeing there at 1:19 a.m. Their time. And well, I'll put it back onto live. It didn't do anything after that. It kind of just glowed for a while. This one here on one of the southern islands, Suwanosejima, and of course 11:17 there is the time right now in Japan, and we don't see a heck of a lot of off-gassing right now from it, even if we went back in the earlier times of the day. If there was any, it may just be some steam coming up from the rain hitting it or something like that. If we get into the nighttime, unfortunately, picture is not worthy of even talking about. This is 1:31 a.m. Very hard to see anything there. And if we get back a little bit further, this is 19 minutes after midnight. And no real glow. So I think it is fairly quiet there. Right now at Suwanosejima, and we'll leave that be. And I bet you it will see snow there in at Mount Fuji. Oh, look at that! What a good guess. Yep, that is Mount Fuji back there, and yep, it's snowing. And even when we go back in time, it was hard to see anything, especially at night. We do see some of the city lights. We don't see the volcano. And that is unfortunate. And doesn't matter how far back we go, we don't see it. So that's kind of where we're at with that. And put that back on live. Next guy will pop over. We do not have Taal Volcano. He's not on the air. And we will take a look there real quick. This is a Yellowstone. A Yellowstone. Oh, hang on. There. That's Yellowstone. All right. Had to get my software going in the right direction. Anyway, Yellowstone National Park. Very quiet. And the only thing running around there today was buffalo. So not a heck of a lot going on there. But hey, Bob is here. Welcome, Bob. Anyway, 500 plus active geysers there in the Yellowstone region. It, of course, is considered to be a super volcano, and we'll see. Hopefully, we won't see it ever erupt. At least not in our lifetimes, and we don't want to leave a legacy to our offspring for in the future either. I think they want to be careful with this one. Anyway, that is it. So not a heck of a lot more to report there. And let's pop back over to Hawaii real quick. We're going to stop that canned lava though, and we'll just kill it there for a second. And maybe I kill this and get rid of that banner. Where is that? There it is. Anyway, that is what we were seeing this morning at Kilauea. And there's our lonely lava pond inside Kilauea's crater. And of course, we don't see any fresh lava there. If we refresh this right now, we still have a lot of smoke in here, but we again don't see any fresh lava. The toe area seems to have had a collapse over here. Looks like things are slumping, and it may drop in the rest of the way, but there is a small collapse there, and a little bit of a collapse on this side as well. And don't know what to make of it. Is this thing dying? Is it dead? And they did mention that the volcano has stopped flowing lava, so we'll take a look at that. This, of course, was from yesterday still, or no, hang on, early this morning at 10:31 is when this was from. Hey, Kevin Haynes throws in a gift membership. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Haynes, and I'll just write that one down. Gifted one membership. And Yvonne hates injustice, and that's one of the other Yvonnes. And congratulations, Yvonne hates injustice. I got that one. So pretty awesome. And congratulations on receiving the gift. And thank you, Kevin Haynes, for throwing that in there. That's very kind of you. Pardon me. Anyway, there's your lava pond. Primary vent used to be right here, but it's still smoking. I don't know if it's going to cool off. And we do still see smoke all the way around the edge of the caldera, still up fairly high as well. Not sure what's going to happen in the future with this, if everything will stop smoking, or if this is going to turn back into a bowl as the lava that's underneath here drains out. It's going to be interesting. And quick peek at the thermal from 10:36 a.m. We see very little light stuff. One of the things that you want to look at here is the temperature gradient, of course, on the sides, and that looks like about 120 degrees Celsius. Right in this area. So as far as the thermal cam is concerned, it's cooling off, and we do see, you know, there are still hot spots underneath here, so we know there is hot lava / magma underneath this crust. But what's going to happen to it? Is it going to drain out somewhere? Is it going to solidify? If it does try to solidify, that's an awful lot of lava, and that won't solidify for a long time, considering that's from this level roughly about 140 meters, or just slightly less than 460 feet of down to the bottom of the caldera from the top of this level. So that would take a heck of a long time to cool off. And I'm thinking it would be there for a while. I hope the magma builds up enough to spill out, I'm assuming. Yeah, me too. I'm hoping that it will have some renewed vigor in its future life. But that is what we're seeing right now. Unfortunately, not that much happening there. And here's a scary picture for thought. That is up on Mauna Loa. That is Mauna Loa's caldera. And I can tell you right now, you don't need to look at a thermal cam to understand that ain't very hot. Yes, that white material is exactly what you are thinking it is. It is snow. And Santa Claus threw it all down there and wanted to have sleigh races on the caldera. There will be more snow coming, so that is pretty cool. Cookster Littlefield is here. Welcome, Cookster. Good to have you on board. And anyway, that is Scary Thought, and that, of course, is from 12:26 their time. So a very recent picture there. And then this is the refresh from 1606. And there you go. It didn't melt. We do see the rocks a little bit more, but so some of it did melt, but not very much. It's fairly cool up there. And yep, snow in Hawaii. Let's go skiing. There you go, Jane. And you're welcome to do that. Let's see. The other part was this report here. I was going to just go over that real quick. And as it says, this is from a volcano. Is it volcanodiscovery.com? Eruption ceased. Lava is no longer active from western event. Okay, and this is the effusive eruption with the and there's that big word I can't say, the caldera lava lake ended. Okay, and the lava flow stopped to be active from the western fissure vent, and gradually continues to form slabs of a dark solidified crust on the lava lake surface. So there you got it, and that is what we're seeing. And of course, it is unfortunate that it has come to that point, but it is what it is. Anyway, this thing is 4,190 feet tall to the top of the rim here, and that is 1,277 meters. And it's still considered restless, but I don't know if you want to call that restless. We'll leave it as that. And while we're looking at this, some of the pictures, of course, were not so good. I'm going to refresh this so we have current pictures, and there you go. This, of course, is of Fissure 3, and you can see more of that snow all around there, and that is pretty awesome. Some of the lava flows right there, and that again is a current picture. This one is a fairly current picture as well, but I'm not sure what that is. Some form of amoeba, or maybe a frozen fish with an eyeball right there. I have no idea. I'm kidding. It's a rock with ice on it. Never mind. There's another shot of the northeast rift zone with lots of snow in the background. And there we go. We can see some more snow in Hawaii. Pretty awesome. And that one looks a little rainy. This, of course, is the lava flow, the end of it right there. And you see a saddle road down here, the highway going along. And if you look hard, you can even see some vehicles traveling through there. So that is pretty cool. And that's kind of what we've got for Hawaii. This picture is from Mauna Kea, overlooking to the other side of, I believe that might be where the observatory is. So that'll be interesting to note. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there in Hawaii. And there's another shot from Mauna Kea over to Mauna Loa. And back to the caldera from what we've already seen. And here's the thermal. And I kind of, when I seen that from 6 a.m., the thermal, I kind of had a chuckle. I'm going, okay, what's the temperature? 0. So, and in some areas, slightly below 0. And that must be where the snow is laying. And you can kind of see the edges of the pattern here. So that is pretty cool. And yep, that's all we've got on Hawaii. Let's go pop over to the earthquake map after the break. For right now, I'm going to put you back onto that wonderful canned lava. And that is right there. Does anyone think that Kilauea is going to erupt soon? You know, Jane, that is really hard to say, but you guys go ahead and take it away in the chat if you like. I myself, I'm not knowing. I think it's going to take a little while. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break, and when we come back, we will do earthquakes and then attack some weather, whether we like it or not. Hele akalalea. Okay, yeah, I try not to catch any of that. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So for those good people here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do give it a quick bop for us. Also, if you're sitting on the outside, you haven't subscribed yet, if you're enjoying the show, please give it a quick bop on the old subscribe button and turn that from red to gray, and don't forget to hit the bell notification. It's still considered active on Maui. Yes, actually, both of them are still considered to be active. It's just no flow happening. Hey, it's Robert and Chandel, just in time for me to pop off and take a break. Don't go away, and we'll have more to come. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and this is VolcanoX. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. I got the microphone back on, but I forgot to take a drink of Pepsi just before that. So I'm going to do that now. And of course, you're seeing archived footage of Fissure 3 of Mauna Loa on the screen. That's a good vintage. Must have been about 3 weeks ago. And anyway, thank you, Kevin Haynes, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. And thanks, Dave and Claire, for the welcome back. And welcome to Robert and Chandel. And thanks, Kananaskis Country. Yeah. That is the original Pepsi. I don't know if it's original or not, but it tastes pretty good. I like Pepsi. It's not like the original Coca-Cola. Thank you, Teresa. The original Coca-Cola, of course, contained cocaine, and it was a different kind of a soft drink way back when, but interesting nonetheless. Anyway, let's get over to our earthquakes and keep the show going here. So there we are, a big earthquake map. We see all kinds of things all around the world. I see a couple of red spots here in California. We're going to have to take a look at those first and see if California is falling off the map. Very close to the San Andreas Fault, we see a 3.3, 2 kilometers north of Union City. And that happened at 1922, 4.9 kilometers down. Hopefully that is okay. And then there's another one. This is not too far away from Jane. Jane's about here somewhere. So she's kind of right in between both of those. And what did she say? Adios or sayonara or something? See you later. Anyway, 2.6 for that one. That is 3 kilometers northwest of Walker, California. 5.6 kilometers down, happened in 1933. So that, just figured I'd throw those in real quick. Anyway, let's zoom into Hawaii. And of course, here is our wonderful islands of Hawaii. And there is the big island, and that is what we're looking for. So we have a little bit of interesting scenario going on here. A bunch of all over here. Just by Pahala, there's Pahala, and this is called the Pahala area. Anyway, we're going to go through these really quickly. Most of these are between 26 and 37 kilometers down. This one is a 2.3 from 2020 yesterday, and that is the only one in the water that I see right there. So let's grab some of these other ones. 2.5 at 12:02 was the time on that. This one is another 2.5 from yesterday at 23:26. Next to that is a 3.1 from yesterday as well at 23:22. Then we have a 1.9 from yesterday at 23:16. And let's see if we can get that little guy underneath. 2.6 from 4 minutes and 50 seconds after midnight for a 2.6. And then he had a buddy right beside him there. That was from 1808, and that is okay. 1.9, and then the other side is a 2.0 from 1611. Next is another 2.6 from 4:33 a.m. Then this guy is a 2.8, 6:10 a.m. This morning. This guy here, 3.3, a little bit bigger, and 6:10 a.m. as well. This one over here, 2.6, yesterday's 23:12, and then that guy, 1.4 from 8:57 a.m. Sliding over, trying to grab some of these other ones real quick. 2.3, 6:55 a.m. for him. This one is 1.9, 6:48 this morning. And then this one here, and that is a 1.8 from a 1:48, and that one is a little shallower, 4.2 kilometers below sea level for that. We don't see anything up on Mauna Loa whatsoever. But getting over here towards Kilauea, we see a few quakes, and always makes me wonder when we got a volcano dying, we're going to see some quakes as the lava drains out, some pipes collapse, things like this. Who knows? 0.6 from 1651, 10.9 kilometers below sea level. Here we got a 2.0. That is at 2:55 a.m. and that is 1.1 kilometer below sea level. This one right in the caldera, 2.7, a little bit bigger, and that is 5:33 a.m., 300 meters below sea level. This one is a 1.7, and that is from 8:37, and that is 100 meters below sea level. This one 1.9, and that is 6:32 a.m., and that is 1 kilometer below sea level. And the last one here, 2.0, at 2:55 a.m., 400 meters below sea level. So there you go. That is the story on what we've got happening there. So now with Kilauea, though, I do have to say, we don't know if these quakes are things collapsing or what's going on there with the piping underneath that. It could be, or maybe some new activity. Same thing with this area. When we see it swarming, that usually indicates that there's something new going on. Robert and Chandel says, right now I am watching Dr. Fox and Ryan Hall. You all are keeping an eye on this stream. All right. Well, keep an eye on it. You never know. We might have an eruption somewhere. Anyway, let's work our way through. Of course, Aleutian Islands, fairly quiet. We do have a 4.9 up here, and that is near King Cove, Alaska, from 1:50 a.m., 12.1 kilometers down today. And then going on, let's just grab some bigger ones. I just wanted to mention we still have a whole schwack of aftershocks here, and there's all kinds of them in here. Ferndale, I don't know if they're feeling those 3, that's very small, and this one here is from 17 minutes after midnight, another 3, another 3, there from 13:56, 2.8, that kind of stuff. But as you can see, there's a whole bunch of them. All the orange dots, of course, are fairly new, and that is always interesting. That one's a 3.3, a little bit bigger, 9:28 a.m., 22 kilometers down for that guy. These other ones are 16.7 clicks down. This is 19, just about 19 kilometers down. So gives you a pretty good idea that there is still something going on. Something is amiss. Anyway, going down here, looking at the edge of the Cocos plate right in here, and of course we see this guy, and that is a 5.3, and Rivia, what is it? Giedo, Rivia is Giedo Islands. I don't know where that is, and those must be this island, these islands. Isn't that the islands where? No, that isn't. I was going to say, where did they film the stuff for Jurassic Park? That wouldn't have been there. That would have been these guys up here somewhere. There's some other ones. I think I might be right in here or something. Anyway, Jurassic Park would have been a cool thing. Anyway, let's zoom back out. We do have this little guy here, bottom end of Panama, getting into Colombia, 4.9, 11:53, 41.8 kilometers down for him. Couple more here in Bolivia, and the other one would be Argentina, maybe. 4.8, and that was 10:33 this morning. 230 kilometers down for that. This one 4.5, 8:42 a.m., 166.6 kilometers down there in Argentina. I keep hearing that sawing. They're still working at something down there. Anyway, there's New Zealand, Kermadec Ridge, and we got a 5.0 near the Kermadec Islands. 14:09 is the time, 11 kilometers down on that guy. 5.4, they're calling that Fiji, but that's closer to Tonga. I don't know. Anyway, that is yesterday's 35 kilometers down for him. And out here is at Papua New Guinea or Solomon Islands. Solomons are over here. So Papua New Guinea, and that is 5.3, 4:16 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy. We don't see anything shaking here in Indonesia, and nothing shaking in the Philippines, nothing in the lower portions of Japan. When we get up here in the Coral Islands, 5.0 from 10:57. 112.5 kilometers down for that. We do have these two quakes, and these are down on this ridge down here, and that's Mid-Indian Ridge, 5.1, 2.2 kilometers down, happened yesterday at 22:35. The other little guy is a 4.9 from yesterday at 23:59, 10 kilometers down for him. And not seeing much else. We did have a 4.9 there in South Sandwich Islands as well. So that's kind of it for those guys. A quick peek over at the Canary Islands, see if we got anything happening over there. Just want to zoom back out, see if there is something. Ooh, a star. 3.3 happened at 1:42 tomorrow. Actually, yeah, that's brand new. That just happened a little bit ago. And let's see, how deep is that? It doesn't have a depth. So that is interesting. And the other one beside it here, that would be this guy, also happened today in our time. That would be yesterday, their time, 2.6. And that is 3 kilometers down, happened 22 minutes after midnight there. So pretty cool. Quick zoom in on La Palma and see what we've got in there for today. And looking at it, we only have one quake, and that is from 2020, and that is the time, not the year. And that is 10 kilometers down, 1.8. That's it for there. Let's have a quick peek at our volcano map. It looks so lonely without having something over there in Iceland. I'm going to refresh this. Maybe something will appear magically. That would really be nice, right? Other than ads, lots of ads, more ads than we can throw a stick at. And let's zoom in a little bit and slide it over. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything there. We do still have São Jorge and Terceira over here in the Azores. Michael, a volcano still showing down there. And I don't think there's anything new in our ring of fire, really. For the most part, we do see a bunch of quakes, according to them, some of the older ones. This is interesting here, a White Isle volcano back to a yellow, and we miss our home reef volcano. Tofua still there, and of course there's our guys in Vanuatu, and we are still looking at everything there in Papua New Guinea and the Solomons. And still pretty much all the same there in Indonesia for the most part. I don't see anything new. Nothing that is going to make us write home and do things. Anyway, Ahai still an orange, and Nishimo Ashima is a yellow, so that's all right. Suwanoshi-jima and the Sakura-jima still considered active or in red. Oh, I wanted to point this out. I didn't go to Hawaii here. See what they did. Mauna Loa and Kilauea are both yellows. That is one of the changes on the map I neglected to mention So that is interesting. And of course, we've got Ibico and Alade still active there. And Karimsky yellow, not an orange anymore. Bezimiani still an orange. And Shivalesh, of course, still red. But we have that other one there that I have such a hard time pronouncing. Klyashevskoy. Okay. I hope you didn't catch any of that. Anyway, that is it for over there. Heard Island still intact. No more Reunion Island. That's all quiet. And we see our guys here in Africa still doing their thing. Urta Ale hasn't moved. Nobody's taken it. And of course, there is Mount Etna, Volcano, and Stromboli still doing their thing. Stromboli, of course, continuing to do its thing. Speaking of Stromboli, let's see if we can get Stromboli on the screen here. We haven't looked at them for a while. It's dark over there and it's cloudy, so we'll have a quick peek, and then from there we'll go over to the SO2 map. There is a Stromboli, so in black and white, and we see it's a little bit on the cloudy side. We do see the volcano, no problem, and it is active. And we also see the thermal map over here showing a little bit of a plume on that one side, throwing up some lava. So kind of cool to see that. And for those who are interested, we have two bunnies eating again, so that is all good. Pronunciation, good pronunciation, Doc. Why, thank you, Sue. Oh, don't make me say it again. I can't do it twice in a row. I'll have troth mubbles. I'm going to end up having merge wixed and start barking tackbirds again. Anyway, that's all fun. Okay, let's, where are we here? Yeah. Let's go have a look at our SO2 real quick. And that map is a lot friendlier than what it used to be, because it is looking a lot bluer than we had before. I'm refreshing it while we're waiting for my software to switch over. Hey, what is this? Windy Premium. No, thank you. I'm good without it. And I'll just stick to the standard. Anyway, you see a lot more blue out here, which is really beautiful to see. And we are starting to see a blue filter back through in the Canadian Rockies, as well as the coastal mountains down here in northern California and Oregon and those places. Starting to see some blue in Mexico as well, and still a little bit there in, of course, Central America. Not bad there. But hey, we can't have it all. Anyway, seeing from Popocatepetl still dumping it into the Gulf of Mexico, and our guys here in South America pushing everything still back out into the good Pacific Ocean. Most of what's in Chile is going inland, so that is ending up in Argentina, as well as blowing right through into the Atlantic Ocean. We see higher levels of SO2 along the shorelines of Antarctica. And the reason we are seeing that is there is a lot of melting going on. So stuff that was trapped in the ice is starting to come out. White Isle volcano still showing some plumage there. And Tofua out here in Tonga is still continuing to throw out its stuff. Actually, I was wondering, this is a portion of Hunga Tonga, Hunga Ha'apai, and it's really not showing any plume from it whatsoever, so I don't think it's coming from there. Vanuatu are still the same, and looking down here, I don't know if Leo's got the day off and he's having a barbecue, maybe? Anyway, the refineries are doing their thing. And of course, we've got the coking plants up north here from Sydney. So that is pretty awesome. And quick peek, normal stuff there in Papua New Guinea. Ibu and Dakono still doing their thing, and the wind is pulling the stuff from Luolatok over to the east. And of course, we see Semeru would be about here, Merapi over in the center, and Jakarta, of course, is making a lot of that as well. And over here from our wonderful Krakatau, our son of Krakatoa, doing its thing as well. A little bit of off-gassing, nothing too severe. And pretty normal in the Philippines, same with Taiwan. Hard to tell what's coming out of Suwanosi-jima because of all the other stuff blowing across there. We do know that there was a fair amount of SO2 coming out of Sakurajima, but difficult to tell with the present circulation going on there. And not so much coming from Kamchatka and just to the south, so that's pretty easy going. It is a break time. I'm just going to finish this off, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and do the weather after. South Africa still okay, and pretty heavy there in the DR Congo area. Not sure if we're getting extra SO2 from the volcanoes or coking plants firing up. Urta Ale would be right around here, hard to see, but nice to see more blue in here, really nice. And of course we are seeing this stuff, still some remnants of what was coming in from Hawaii, but most of this now looks like it's being generated locally again. They do have the oil refineries in those locations, and we'll leave that, including up here in Syria. And of course from Mount Etna, a little higher concentrations of SO2 since she was busy today, and we seen that in our pictures earlier. And nothing coming from Iceland that we can detect or see. So let's leave it as that. I'm going to zoom that one back out, refresh it, and when we come back from the break, we will take a look at temperatures and precipitation around the world, and then we'll wrap things up. So let's put you back on some canned lava right there in Hawaii from Fisher 3. Throw that music back on, and actually we'll turn that down for a second. So for those who haven't hit that like button yet, please give it a quick bop. Definitely want to get over that 100 mark, and also if you have not yet subscribed, consider doing that, and don't forget to hit the bell notification. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. Don't go away, and for those who need to know, 2 bunnies are eating. I'll be back. Thanks. Oh, that's a little loud. There. Okay. I'll be back. And that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to have you on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX. And thank you, Sue Hayes and Oz. Thank you. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, it is time to go do our weather. So let's leave our canned lava be. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. There we go. Anyway, there is our cold stuff going on. Thanks, Teresa. And we see the very cold temperatures in North America. And that is just horribly cold. And all the way up here as well. So, yep, very cold for the most part. Anyway, zooming in, we don't need to explain the white area, very cold. We see some temperatures dipping down to, I believe, about 50 degrees Celsius. I see 47 right there, minus 47 degrees below zero. Some of the other areas that we were seeing the very cold temperatures was up here near Grand Prairie. And near Grand Prairie we had minus 49 degrees this morning. So they broke a bunch of records for them there, and that is kind of what it is. It is minus 32 degrees Celsius here in Edmonton, my place. So very cold, and that's what we see out here in the prairies, going all the way over, starting to warm up a little bit once you get into Manitoba, but not by much. Northern Ontario, same kind of thing, bleeding all the way over into Quebec. We do see a massive low here in the Hudson's Bay, and of course up in the top portions we see some horribly cold temperatures up here in Nunavut, and I want none of it. Sliding down here, looking at bottom of Ontario, minus 2, minus 3, minus 5. But, you know, they're going to get a snowstorm there pretty soon. Looks like a minus 4, minus 5 there in Toronto. Going Montreal is minus 7. And let's see, we got Quebec City at minus 8. And looking at what we've got in some of these places, looks like New Brunswick, a little bit cool on the top side. But the lower portion here a little bit warmer, and PEI kind of sitting at the 0 or minus 1 mark. And Sue Hayes at Cole Harbour coming in at about 1 degree Celsius, and looks like about 0 in Halifax there. A little bit on the colder side in the western side of Newfoundland, eastern side, of course, here. Almost tropical at minus 1. Up here in Labrador, though, still quite chilly. I wouldn't want to be there. Mind you, I wouldn't want to be here either, but let's leave that alone. It's cold no matter what we say. Looks like about minus 1 in Portland there. That is quite cold. Eugene making it down to 2 right now. And I'm sure it'll get a little bit colder there, as San Jose making it to 9 degrees. Las Vegas, Lost Wages is 8 degrees right now. 15 in Los Angeles. Mexicali coming in there at about 14. That's not very good. Death Valley making it to about 11 degrees. So that is pretty cold. And Phoenix, yep, 12. Tucson down to 9. And we see that cold. Not so much on the Baja, but coming down into central areas of Mexico. That is definitely getting cold. And, you know, when you see 13, 14, 15 degrees, on the bottom end here of Texas, you know it's winter time, and that is pretty nasty. 5, 6 degrees in San Antonio, 7 in Houston, Austin coming in at 7, 7 in Dallas as well. Moving over a little bit, New Orleans 11, a little bit warmer there, but not by much. Tallahassee making it to 10, and here we see that storm sitting right on top of Jacksonville at 12 degrees, even down on the bottom end, not that warm. Miami only 23 right now. Coming back up the coast, Grandma B's house is going to be 5 degrees Celsius, or roughly about 38, 39 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's actually not bad, considering the cold trough is just above her there. And looks like Virginia Beach 7 degrees, Philadelphia coming in at -1, New York at 0, Boston made it to -2 right now. Now, people were talking about take heed in what's happening and coming here. I'm going to switch to precipitation early here just for a second, and just kind of remind everyone of what's going to go on here. This is going to develop into something pretty fierce, and that is going to come through and provide some heavy duty snow for these guys in the Great Lakes region. So hopefully everyone is aware of that. Right now here in Kansas, they've got freezing rain, and that is moving up. So as things pass through Iowa and get all the way up, it will be very, very interesting to see what happens there. So people like Tom, brace yourself for the storm. It's coming. Anyway, lots of snow. And looking further south, like I say, Mexico looks a little on the cool side, 11 degrees there in Mexico City. Cancun only making it to 24. Acapulco is even down in temperature, 24 there. Sliding into South America, we see those temperatures are pretty normal for this time of year. And they've got some nighttime temperatures, 24 degrees, 25 degrees. And here in, of course, okay, hang on, I gotta think of it. Paraguay here, Uruguay here, Argentina. Argentina's got the hot spot for South America at 32, 33, something like that, depending on where we point. Right about there. So pretty good for those guys. And a little cooler down on the tip, but Argentina has got some good temperatures all the way through. Sliding over here and looking at New Zealand, we see that low up here is now twirling the warm air around, which is better than the cold air. But down here on the bottom, we do see a fairly warm circulation here as well. Southern end of New Zealand, Christchurch making it to 16. We see the higher elevations are a lot cooler though, and about 18 in Wellington, and looking at Auckland at 23 degrees. Granzed up here be on the beach at 24 degrees, so that is pretty awesome. Tasmania warmed up a little bit. Hobart coming in at about 19, so they are looking good. Melbourne, home of Leo, 24, 25 degrees, and that is pretty awesome. And Adelaide at 22, Sydney only 21, 22 there. And Brisbane, home of Oz. Oz has got a wonderful temperature of 28 degrees or thereabouts, and that is pretty awesome. Congratulations, Oz. And 26, hey, that's lower than the map. Don't you want 28? Hang on. Don't tell anybody. I stole 2 degrees. I'm trying to get it in for tomorrow. Anyway, Perth coming in at 29 on the map here. Hotspot, though, looking in here, I do see 39 degrees out in the outback, and that is pretty nice. And a little cooler over here. I wonder, no 39s, no. So 39 over here is kind of the hot spot that we see for today. I'm not going to worry so much about over here. 29 in Fiji. It always seems to be like that. And pretty nice there in these other places. Actually, when we zoom out though, I don't know if you can see that distinctive pattern, the V, the sideways V here. You see the flow coming in here. So all that moist air is being pushed into this area. And that's why they are getting a bunch of storms in the Philippines and those areas. It is a wet season for them, just so we have that. Bangkok coming in at about 26 according to this map, 28 to what Sue brought up. Thank you, Sue. And that is kind of what we got. I just want to mention this Darien is still here. It's moving south a little bit. Don't know where it's going to go in the future, but we see another low up here by Sri Lanka doing its thing. Manila coming in about 30 degrees right now, but as soon as you head north of that, Taiwan 10 degrees in some spots, minus 10 degrees there in Korea. Seoul coming in at -8. And most of Japan, single digits for what we see. Tokyo making it to about 8 degrees. The coastal areas, some spots, because of this low here, are warming up a little more. But we see some heavy-duty activity right there of the air mixing with this low, and likely going to have storms happening there. And colder up on the northern islands of Japan, and then getting into the Kamchatka Peninsula. The holiday is over, it's going to get cold, and we can see the cold air starting to push in there. And sliding over a little bit more, and we already mentioned that low there. It's not so bad. And down here, Cape Town coming in 18, 19 roughly. And looking pretty good in Madagascar. We've got some real decent temperatures in the bottom half of Africa. Of course, here in the Sahara Desert, we see it is pushing down some of that cold air from up in Europe and those areas. And UAE 20, 17, 16 still in some spots. Hopefully it'll warm up for them. It is winter time, and it's colder here in Yemen. A little bit warmer in some spots here in Saudi Arabia, though. And Baghdad making it to 12. Cairo only at 12, 11 degrees. There we go. Not so good. And of course, here we have Turkey. Some temperatures below freezing, of course, and some areas not so bad. Let's see what Piggy's house is doing today. Looks like about 15 degrees there at Piggy's house, roughly. And that is okay. And then I keep hearing noises. I think, my God, what is that? Thanks. 12 degrees at Piggy's house. Oh, thanks, Sue. Anyway, we do see here about 4 degrees where Mount Etna is. Some cold stuff there, and that is Raz. There we go. And it looks pretty chilly. So, yep, 4 degrees. So Yvonne has got that right now. And she's getting climatized back to German weather. Anyway, we see coastal areas a little bit warmer, and the interior is a little bit cooler. 9 in Rome today. Naples coming in at 12. Let's go up to Milano. We'll see 6 degrees up there. That's better than -2 or 3. A new Irish Monkland. We aren't seeing anything happening there. Hopefully it's going to be okay there. See some double-digit temperatures, but not by much. Higher elevations, of course, a little bit on the colder side. And looking at Portugal, it looks not bad. 16 over here in Porto, and Lisbon is what is it? Lisboa. I don't know if I pronounce that right. Anyway, 15 degrees there. So kind of a mixed bag there, and actually looks warmer up here in France, and that is not bad. Paris at 11 degrees. It's Lisbon is actually what it is. Lisbon, they don't have an N on the end. Oh, maybe they spelled it in Portuguese. So, okay. Lisbon, that makes sense. And all good. Anyway, not bad there in France. Looks like Munich is up to 5-6 degrees. That's not bad. A little warmer. 7 in Frankfurt. Cologne making it to 9. Oh boy, I guess my 2 meters of snow for Yvonne when she gets back is not going to happen. Darn it. I'm kidding. 5 in Berlin, and we've got 6 degrees in Hamburg. That's not bad. Going up here in Copenhagen, we have 4 degrees up there, so that's not so bad, and looking about the same on the rest of the island. Only a really warm spot in England is down here by Perth, coming in at about 10 degrees, 11 degrees out in that peninsula. London making it to about 6. Irish monks' home there is about 6 as well, and that's not so bad. And looking at what we've got up here in Oslo, 0 today, Stockholm +3, St. Petersburg 1, so they're not doing so bad. And let's see, I would tell you a little about my jump off spot. All right. Thank you, Sue Dufree. That's okay. Thanks. -4, and that is pretty chilly. The map says -7, so I don't know who we're going to believe. Anyway, in Iceland, I guess. But it does look a little cooler there. Dress warm if you're going to go looking at old volcanoes, and that is pretty neat. Leaving that be, let's have a quick look at the precipitation. We don't see a heck of a lot up in the prairie areas of Canada, and Alaska looks not bad. A little bit along the coast. Things have calmed down a bunch there. We do see this system here and the Hudson's Bay area, and that'll dump through, I guess, Manitoba for the most part. But this is supposed to turn into a nasty, nasty storm coming through. So brace yourself if you're in this area, anywhere in Indianapolis or Chicago or places like that, Detroit. You will likely see what kind of looks like a lake effect snow, but apparently it's supposed to get really, really windy there as well. Sliding down here just a little bit, looking at what we've got in Georgia and South Carolina, North Carolina, and off the coast here where Jacksonville is. That is a little bit of a storm. I don't know if this is going to come land here or where. And out here, looking at what we see in the St. Lawrence Seaway, looks like it's got a lot of snow happening there. And not so much there for Sue. Maybe it's got 1 exclamation mark, meaning it could be some ice rain and some snow in some spots. So nothing too terrible. And sliding down, a little bit of rain in Central America, in Mexico on the Yucatan, as well as through Panama and those areas. And we see there a lot of rain in the rainforest, and that low out here just off the coast of Brazil. Of course, Rio de Janeiro getting wet as well there. And we see this storm front or low developing off the coast of Chile. And there's those clouds we were looking at earlier. And of course there that low twirling the warmer air around, of course making all that moisture happen. There's another low sitting over here, so, and this high kind of pushing it around the other way. Not sure if it's grabbing a cold air and pushing it back up, but that's what we've got. So rain, rain, rain everywhere. That is all right. And looks like only place without rain right now, Tasmania. We do see Leo is not going to have a barbecue. He's got some water coming down. and some muchly needed rain in the interior as well, which is really nice for them. Sydney doesn't look like rain, and Brisbane is dry right now. And same with Perth and the western portions. We do see this rain up here. We also see a 90S up here, which is a storm sitting on the north end of Australia, and looks like a lot of thunder and lightning from what I see there. And of course, looking out here, going up a little bit more, looks like some of that Fiji may be getting a little bit of that, and then of course the Kermadec Islands and so on probably getting nailed. And Papua New Guinea, not too bad, but the rest of the regions over here, I don't know where to point. That is not getting a storm. So that's what we see, and that is Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, those areas. Not so much out here in Taiwan, but look at what we've got off the coast of Japan, and boy, they are getting it there. This is going to be a nasty storm. And of course, we also have this here, what I was mentioning, that low in the Sea of Japan doing its thing. And of course, Kamchatka Peninsula getting more snow. That is wonderful. And Indian Ocean, here's the one storm there. There's the other one just by Sri Lanka. And we see this low with joined up with that low. And they've got a big long string and a big ridge. And that is what we've got. The rainy season continues in the southern portions of Africa there. Looks a little drier way down at the bottom though, so that's not bad. No rain for the most part in the Sahara Desert. There's a couple spots, nothing major, and same thing goes for UAE and Yemen, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. A little bit in Iraq, nothing serious. Piggy's house, no rain. I don't see any there. And Sicily not getting wet right now, but we do see that, and that may pour in here as well. Coastal areas perhaps of Italy seeing some rain as well. Top end of Portugal as well as Spain getting a little bit, and that's not so bad. Rain showers all over there in France, and of course Germany is getting rainstorms, and that is not good for them. Looks like it's dry up here, but not very dry down here. Right around Berlin as well, they're getting nailed. And of course the coastal areas of England and Wales. And Irish Monk is going to get rain. He's got rain happening there. And looking at Scotland, not so bad. We do see this system out here though. And Norway is going to get more of that wonderful stuff. And of course, we look at what we've got there in Sweden, Norway, and Finland. Lots of snow for those good people. And here in Iceland, we see that as well. That is pretty cool. Snow on the eastern side, if you want to call it that. And that is about it for our weather. Quick peek to find the lowest temperatures on the planet. And we will go with what we can find very quickly here. And I did see a minus 42. Down in Antarctica. I don't know, there's a minus 43. Yep, minus 43. Do we hear 44? Minus 44, where are you? No. It's daylight and sunny there. We're not going to have colder temperatures. We're going to have warmer stuff. Anyway, that is it. Minus 43 there. And let's take a look at maybe we'll start in Greenland. We'll see what we've got there. Looks not bad there, but up here, what do we got? Minus 42. I don't know. Maybe a little better day there today. Yep, minus 42 looks like about it. And I don't see anything else when we scroll across it. So yeah, I'm gonna say, oh, minus 43. There we go. Very close. So where'd that go? I zoomed in, but it did say minus 43 on there, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, I don't see it anymore, but it did have a minus 43 on there. So minus 43 for Greenland, and a quick peek. Coldest place in Canada is Edmonton. Actually, don't laugh. Actually, it has been. It really has been. And let's see what we got in here. Minus 44. Minus 45 up top here. That is pretty chilly. And yeah, minus 45. Minus 47 up here. And oh, I see a minus 50. And that is up here in northern Canada. So a minus 50 degrees Celsius. I've seen it. Where is it? 49. Where are you? There. Oh, minus 51 there. So that is what we've got. And that is a pretty cold. Minus 51 degrees Celsius in the northern portions of our wonderful country. And let's take a look and see what Alaska is like. Oh, we got very cold temperatures here as well. Minus 48. Oh, I already see minus 52. Wow, minus 52 in the Yukon. And that is pretty chilly. And that'd be okay. And I don't want to get any colder than that, minus 52. So let's go see what it's like in Russia, in Siberia. And we will take a look there. Looks pretty balmy and warm today, minus 42, 43 right there. And so that, oh, minus 44. And that's not bad. But minus 45. Let's see, there's got to be colder places in Siberia. Always colder, yes. Oh, minus 42. Minus 43. Minus 44. Let's try looking in some of those places, huh? Minus 44. Let's zoom in here, see if we can find a little river or something and follow it. No, minus 44. That's pretty balmy. And where else can we look and see what's going on here? Minus 40 something. Looking for the cold spots. Don't see. And what about over here? So, yep, I don't know. I think we are stuck with about a minus 43 for there. Oh, there's a minus 45. We might have the cold spot here somewhere, minus 46. And we'll keep digging, minus 47 I seen. And that might be about it. So I'm going to call it as a minus 47, unless there's something colder here somewhere. No, that looks like a more tropical weather. All right, I'm going to call a minus 47 there. So that is it. What did you get? Closest temp for Antarctica, minus 43. Okay, we tied on that one. The Yukon, I got you a little bit colder than what you got, and by 2 degrees. And Greenland, I think we had a minus 43. So, yep, close. And Siberia, minus 48. I said 47. So that's okay. That is still pretty good. That is excellent stuff, Sue. Thank you kindly for checking on those. And yep, it is cold in those places. So if you feel cold, please consider looking at those temperatures and stay a little warmer. Okay? I heard a minus 80 somewhere coming during winter time. Teresa, in South America, but not up here. Not in the Great White North. I hope not, because if it comes here, I'm leaving. Minus 80, we can't handle that. That is too cold. Anyway, for those good people who are still here, if any of you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick bop. Also, for the rest of you, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate that. And we're going to wrap it up. And I'm going to put some lava back on the screen here to warm back up. Otherwise, we'll be too darn cold. And I want to say a big thank you to our super chatter today, Scott Hartman, for his $20 super chat. Also, thank you, Thor, for gifting one free membership, 1 month there. And also Kevin Haynes for gifting 1 month membership. You guys are awesome. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Sue, for helping out and sending the information. That is always nice. And thank you, moderators. That'll be Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, and of course Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. Thank you, moderators. And thank you, Piggy, for sending all the bacon seeds all the time. That is awesome. And on that friendly note, it is time to wrap it up. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, stay warm, please. And for the most part, please, please make sure that you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care of yourselves and have a wonderful night. Oink, oink.